Testing, 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 testing. I don't know if the stream started yet. Did it? Testing, 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 testing. Testing. Oh, there's a bit of a delay. Is that normal when we start? Okay, great.
Ok.
Você acha que vota quando o mercado de carbono, deputado?
Tá,
Oi?
só no ajuste do texto.
Ah,
Não vi que estava ligado aqui já.
ele podia abrir falando quem está aqui. Ele passa.
Ele vai fazer.
Abre. Bom dia a todos.
Bom dia.
Obrigado pela presença. Estamos
Good
aqui
morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We're going to have this consortium about the Green Brazil, this event about the Green Brazil Consortium, and we're going to have the opening by José Renato Casagrande. My name is William Willis. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you, William. Thank you, Congresswoman, Vice Governor, Environmental Secretary for the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. From Mato Grosso do Sul, Rio de Janeiro, I'd like to greet you all as well. Thank you for being here. So we had hoped we would come to COP with an approval of the carbon market bill. It wasn't possible, unfortunately. It's gone through the Senate already. It's being evaluated, assessed by the Congress. But other bills have been voted on over the past few weeks: green hydrogen, wind power, which are very important topics as well. So all of this is going through our National Congress. It has to do with the green agenda, which is moving forward within the Congress. Despite the criticism we might have to what is actually contained in those bills, it's good for us to just move forward and then think about perfecting them. There is a criticism regarding the carbon market bill because it doesn't include activities linked to agribusiness infrastructure. So this is a criticism that we've heard. Brazilian agribusiness, in my opinion, will only gain from a carbon market because of the technology that it will be able to adopt and the capacity that agribusiness has in Brazil for innovation. So this is of no concern to me personally. And I think we need to include all these big farmers because we are able to continue to be an example for the world. I think Brazil can have that role of being an example. The voluntary carbon market is an added source of revenue. The value of the ton of carbon is still low. So now we're starting to negotiate to try and get the prices a little bit higher so that companies will be able to meet their target. Brazil will be able to meet its sustainability plan, its carbon neutrality plan by 2050. All of this needs to be taken into account to have this market be a little bit better valued. All the forest services, the mitigation activities that are necessary don't need to be focused only on the carbon market. We also have other environmental services which are being discussed at the COP, which need to constantly be considered as well. So water protection, protection of biodiversity, of original peoples. So there's a series of other environmental services that we provide that the forests provide, not looking just at carbon capture or carbon markets. But it is an additional source of revenue that we could count on. And I am certain that all Brazilian states, little by little, will start approving their carbon neutrality plans, their zero carbon plans. Our plan for our state is currently under public consultation after a year of lots of people being involved, university, civil society. So it's under public consultation for 30 days. And I'm sure that other Brazilian states will follow and also try to establish climate change plans, carbon neutrality plans, adaptation mitigation plans. Within our consortium, we're working precisely to ensure that we have an appropriate governance to move forward. And I think governors need to participate in this governance. The topic of climate change doesn't fall upon a single ministry or secretariat. It is a cross-sectional topic that needs to be a government level agenda. It is the productive sector that's going to have to implement a lot of these, and the executive branch should defend all of it, should back it up, and should have the policies to enable them to get there. And so the governors in general should be responsible for being ahead of the process, having appropriate governance, setting a plan for their own states, because we have targets for 2050, and if we don't follow what's going on, then nothing will happen. And by 2050, a lot of us who are here will no longer be here. So we need to be able to follow up on what's done year after year so that Brazil can show how seriously it's looking at this problem. Municipal and state governments can and will do a lot. Regarding other forms of financing, aside from carbon markets, yesterday we signed a decree that puts the state of Espírito Santo as a proposal for carbon markets. We have a reforestation program that will enable us to generate carbon credits, but for small farmers, of course, they don't have the capacity to establish a project to be able to trade carbon credits. So it is a state who will have a statewide proposition where smaller farmers can participate and farmers will be able to get some of the revenue back from the carbon credit program because of their reforestation action. So this is one option, but it is not the only one. We have approved mechanisms at these conferences over the past few years, which allow for the states to participate in different ways to be able to finance their various activities. And I'm talking about states a lot, and next to me we have lots of states being represented by their vice governors, by their senators. States can only get paid back if they have plans, if they have projects which are robust, because we hear about all this funding, but if there are no projects, then we cannot do anything in concrete terms. So we need today to focus these resources on adaptation. Do we have needs in terms of mitigation? Yes, but on a daily basis, we lack resources to be able to adapt, to protect people who live in risk areas, to protect people who live in areas where there is drought or water scarcity, to help people if they need some kind of rainwater draining system, etc. However, in order to have access to these funds, the states need plans, they need projects. Otherwise, we just have these long debates and we're not able to follow through with actions. So we need projects, we need programs to be developed in order to have access to these funds. So we need this to come from the federal government, but at the state level, we need to be able to have all this projects ready so that we can find the financing and then move faster. From 2015 till now, we haven't advanced very much in terms of what we had hoped to do back in 2015 in Paris to this year right now. Well, I do see now, well, I hope now we will have more concrete decisions so we can go from just mere discussions to concrete actions. Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to see that this agenda is advancing. I contributed to Aloysio Mercadante's agenda way back when he was in the economy ministry. I come from the university sector and from the university, and I have a question actually about the bill. Senator, can you talk to us a little bit about the bill, the last version? Will it be up for the vote soon, and how long will it take to be implemented? We know it will be long. And we know that the carbon market will only be affected by 2029 or 2030, considering all the preparation that needs to happen. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here with all of you, dear vice governors, governor. We have a mix of different states represented here. And I think each one can bring its own perspective, but also speak collectively. My name is Maurúcia Boldrin. I represent the state of Goiás in the Congress. In the green agenda, we have 4 projects that have gone through Congress. 2 have been approved already, which is about the offshore wind power. Congressman Zé Vitor, I think, is here at COP, not in this room, but at COP. And we have the green hydrogen bill as well. And 2 are still up for approval and being discussed, which is the one about the carbon market by Aliel, and the one I had, which is, or I am a rapporteur for, which is about the transition program, PATEM, as it's called. We would have liked to come to COP having approved all of these bills, which are important for the green agenda. However, it's very important for them to go through due process. So it's better to come here and not have them approved rather than just approving them to make it here and then having to fix the bill itself. So let's talk about the carbon market bill. It's going to limit the emission of gases, especially, as was mentioned by Governor, the agribusiness sector in Brazil already has a sustainable model, which has allowed us to restore degraded areas. In the industry, you're able to measure clearly how many tons you're producing, but this is not a case for agriculture, which is why it's not included in the project. We know the parameters are different, so it should be treated differently. So for a company, and I'll put it in practical terms, that produces, or rather, that has less credits, or that needs less credits than it actually generates, it will be able to trade them. So the project is here to allow our country, based on a wider law, but it will leave a decision to be made by the state at the local levels so that they can adapt. So based on this law, we will allow the states to do negotiations themselves to adapt the law. This bill also has an instrument about climate change and the policies and the agreements that have been agreed upon in Paris, because we know we need to move faster. We have a deadline. And PATEM, the Acceleration Energy Transition Project, especially regarding research and technical studies, within this project, we want to make sure that through research and education, our country will be the one developing the technology, allowing us to go into negotiations with Germany, with Europe, with the United States, more advanced countries. In Brazil, we have an example of agriculture because in soy, for instance, we export raw materials and then we purchase processed materials from other countries. So what do we want? We need to have technology. We need to be able to sell that technology to other countries. So processed goods and not just raw material or commodities. So this is what we want. We want to improve industrialization. More than 2,000 municipalities this year declared a state of, or 200 rather, declared a state of public calamity due to climate change. This is due to the impacts we are already facing. This carbon market is different from the voluntary carbon market. And this project will give us the techniques so that we can have the discussion going. It's different from the carbon market where you reforest. So if my company is generating credits for carbon markets, then I can go to Thiago's company, I can trade them, and this will allow us to have a system that really trades these credits in a correct way.
Governador Thiago, a gente sabe que o mercado de carbono ele é um desafio, porque muitas empresas vão ter que reduzir suas emissões e investir em novas tecnologias para isso, né? Então, captar recursos, ter os projetos, como o governador Casagrande falou, é um desafio, né, para a gente mobilizar e fazer acontecer aqui no Brasil. Mas, por outro lado, é uma oportunidade também. Quais oportunidades você vê para o estado do Rio de Janeiro? Como que o Rio de Janeiro pode se beneficiar, né, dessa nova configuração?
Bom, queria saudar aqui a todos, não sei se me ouvem bem,
Sim.
tá bom? Queria cumprimentar o William aqui, todo o grupo CBC, na pessoa do Guilherme, parabenizar pelo encontro, cumprimentar nosso líder aqui, o governador Casagrande, parabenizando pela mediação, pelos eventos aqui colocados, tão necessários, importantes, os debates que o consórcio está trazendo, cumprimentar nossa deputada, em nome dela, né, todos as pessoas que aqui são de Goiás, cumprimentar o nosso secretário Jaime, nosso vice-governador Matheus, que chegou agora. William, muito brevemente, eu acho que a contribuição do Rio de Janeiro vem no sentido de falar um pouco do nosso dever de casa que a gente está colocando, fazendo ali. Eu acho que tanto o governador quanto a deputada falaram de uma forma brilhante o conceito que é o mecanismo de precificação, o mercado de carbono e o mercado
We have the precification
regulado na nossa concepção
scheme
mais adequado
And we needed to have a Brazil that works in multi-sectors with leveraging different biomes, different economic arrangements. So we needed to have in place a piece of legislation that is capable of regulating this market, that works as a rule so that we can better understand what is the homework to be carried out by each government and by each sector. This is very important so that we do not have a self-regulating market. It's important to have a rule, a set of rules in place. And there are, of course, some specificities, and that's actually what I would like to touch upon. The state of Rio de Janeiro was a pioneer in the creation of environmental license legal instruments because we required several provisions, such as specific provisions for the companies with a greater amount of greenhouse gas emissions. So we created a portal, which is called the Air Quality Portal, where we make available all the information we have with regards to emissions taking place in our state of Rio de Janeiro. This way we can better drive public policies because there is a internal mechanism of control. So I believe that we advanced part of the work that needs to be carried out for the implementation of this market. And I think that all the challenges are incumbent upon other states, because we have to take into account how each and every state will adapt to this legislation, to this regulation. So one needs to be adjusted and adapted in every state so that we can comply with this regulation. And also, if we should try and adapt NDCs as well, it's also important to highlight that the state of Rio de Janeiro has a thematic funding system. And I'll take the opportunity to briefly talk about it because it goes way beyond the carbon market itself. It's the Atlantic Forest Fund, a quite versatile instrument, very transparent one that includes public and private funds. We also have the donation and restoration portfolio. Recently, we worked with the climate group and we secured funding for creating a partnership that will allow us to have a carbon line on the soil, which is actually very important for enabling the carbon market policies in Brazil. So it's very important to have these projects taking place in terms of restoration. But because it's not only avoiding the deforestation, but also trying to better understand all the wealthiness we have in the underground. So that's an overall. I just wanted to talk to you about these two examples, but I wanted to say that we need this bill to be passed. We need the regulation to be put in place. We know and understand that each and every state will have some homework to be carried out. We have differences between states, and at the very beginning, when it comes to the moment of putting the mechanism in place, we should have a blending mechanisms that will allow us to harmonize the voluntary and the regulated market so that the voluntary market can maybe add to the regulated market. It can be a complement. It can be something that has an stimulating role, so as to say, because only setting the target and making it mandatory in the first 2 years without any transition, without an adaptation period, can be undermining. So we might put the regulation at risk because this would trigger some fear and concern. So I believe that this market must take all this into account. So we also have to integrate the offsetting scheme so that we can have maybe the voluntary market operating as a complement or something that will supplement the regulated market. So that's all I had to say. In the next round, I might add some more info. Thank you very much.
Nossa recomendação no PMR justamente foi essa, da gente ter
That's our recommendation at the PMR, to have an offsetting market, regeneration forest offsetting market that
muito elevado, poderiam atender em até 20%
could actually be used by this company that have these companies that have a very high cost to reduce their emissions. As a consequence, it would be less expensive for the companies to fulfill the target, and at the same time, it would be encouraging industries and the sectors to be investing in this reduction. Because if you set the target at once, the companies might be paralyzed and with less competitiveness. Yes, the blending, in my opinion, is the optimal solution. Secretary Jaime, I have the same type of question for you. What opportunities do you see for the state of Mato Grosso do Sul? If you could briefly touch upon the carbon market that you launched yesterday, I would thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Casagrande. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, Mr. Governor Casagrande, it's the first time we bring the Green Consortium to a COP.
Papel multinível e principalmente os subnacionais no âmbito da COP. E já, eu acho que
We have subnational and multi-sectorial organizations present at the COP and joining the discussion.
muito evidente, né, que boa parte
And the objective is very clear.
de descarbonização e de mudança
We have lots of climate change regulation, lots of decarbonization regulation, and they will be carried out by our states. They will be implemented by our states. You have the national level and the subnational level, and there's where the consortium comes into play, because we will be able to operate at a different level, and a level in which we can submit consistent projects. And when it comes to the carbon market, it is important to have a regulation that does not put all the responsibility on the shoulders of the public sphere. We also have this relationship between the private and the public, which works very well when it comes to certification. So the public power cannot take all the responsibility of this market that can advance very well and benefit from partnerships. More and more adaptation mechanisms are shared between different stakeholders, and the regulation sets responsibilities, but sometimes the public power is not so efficient as the market itself, and it's important to highlight that. In the state of Mato Grosso, in 2017, we started aiming at the neutrality that we would like to reach by 2030. We carry out annual assessments so that by 2030 we can have all targets fulfilled. And I think that we are very advanced in some areas, and in the state of Mato Grosso, we calculated emissions, carbon emissions in the Brazilian agricultural production, because we have all this information available if we wanted to. We have the scientific tools. And I think this is a mistake that the agribusiness did not to invest in that, because if you discuss with a scientist from Embrapa, you understand that the Brazilian agriculture is actually a solution when it comes to reducing emissions and not the other way around. So I believe that Brazil can present a different logic, a different rationale. We have the control carbon, for instance, which is an integrity system. We've seen that this before. In environmental license processes, the company should have to present a carbon balance. It is not about punishment, sanctioning, or credits, but it is about collecting this information and have this publicly available. And the companies should do this in a voluntary manner. We have a state climate environmental legislation in place through which the companies they have to provide this type of information. And I think that this is very important, not to lose track of this essential information that will be very important for the carbon market. And during COP, we discuss adaptation. And why do we talk about adaptation? Because we are already undergoing the adverse effects of climate change. So on the top of that, we have integrity, decarbonization, and adaptation funds. And how can we fund all this? When we discuss the climate fund, the wetlands climate fund, because it has been recently launched. So what will be the interest rates of these funds? How can we combine this sector that is interested in decarbonizing and the carbon market? How will all this come into play in the medium term, in the long term, and the same applies to agriculture. In the previous Plano Safra, the crop plan, Brazil has allocated lots of resources for the low carbon industry pursuant to the ABC plan, and we needed to have compatible policies in the carbon market regulation, in the agricultural sector, so that the market can play with and benefit from both mechanisms. And in the state of Mato Grosso, we have a short-term decarbonization strategy. And I think that one challenge and also a responsibility that we have is to provide this entire chain with integrity, but I think the market will adapt. And I think that also we should have access to international funds so that we can allocate resources to the state level so that we can actually fund all this work. Now let's go to the state of Minas Gerais. Governor Mateus, at CBC, we are about to start a project aimed at the work that will combine the Development Bank of the state of Minas Gerais, the state of Minas Gerais, and the Department of Environment in the implementation of the State of Minas Gerais environmental plan. So if you could please touch upon this plan and all the mechanisms that are in place in the state of Rio de Janeiro. First of all, good morning. And I am sorry because I was a bit late. I always think I would take 20 minutes to enter the pavilion, but I took 40 minutes, so I apologize for my delay. And I see lots of people in the audience. The Secretary Marilia, she's here. I'd like to greet you all and reply to your question. Yesterday, I said that I'm quite frustrated with the discussions concerning carbon credit. We mentioned Paris, but actually we should go back to Kyoto. For more than 20 years, we are struggling with this topic. Yesterday, we were discussing about neutral steel, neutral cement, and we are interested because we are big producers in Brazil for cement and this type of commodities. But we've been waiting for such a long time for this carbon market, and I'm kind of frustrated. I had discussions with the subnational entities of another countries to think about local regulated carbon markets such as Quebec did in other places. I don't think it's a good idea, but after 20 years discussing this topic and trying to come up with a regulation, well, it's very frustrating. And I'm not blaming anyone. We had different administrations, different congresses. It happens, but it is necessary to do so. The city of Belo Horizonte, the capital, we're usually a city of mild degrees, but we have 44 degrees now. in December. So it's very, very hot. So we need to take action. In the state of Minas Gerais, we ratify the race to zero. We prepared our inventory, we updated our inventory, and subsequently we drafted the climate legislation, including more than 20 sectors, 100 actions, and 200 sub-actions. We have a well-structured plan divided in sectors. And I can give you one example. For cement, we have a target which is replacing clink with biomass, which has an impact. When it comes to steel, we have 100% of renewable steel that will replace traditional steel. So for the states who have not joined the discussion yet, they should advance on this topic because industries vary from one state to the other. And this is quite concerning when it comes to the approval of the regulation that is about to be approved by the government. I usually say to people from other countries, we don't have Atlantic forest in the state of Minas Gerais. We have 3 biomes. We don't have any Amazonian biome, but we also have challenges. And the climate action plan actually determines that you have to define the characteristics of each state. And when it comes to low-cost technology, according to the guidelines, we should not wait to adopt it. These technologies have to be adopted instantaneously. And when it comes to agricultural federations, they are parties of our plan. They have also partnered with us in the Race to Zero plan. So I have designed the targets together with the entities that we have to fulfill this target. So it's not about command and control, but about compromising. There will be a second phase and we will be together on this. As we know, some sectors, they are ahead of other sectors. Some sectors are very much advanced in the implementation of the plan, and we can give you the example of an assistance that we got from the French government at the municipal level when it comes to adaptation to climate change. So we listed the most vulnerable cities, and we had a support provided by the French government to draft the municipal climate plan. And that's the idea. We start with a smaller amount of cities. We will start with 5 cities. And the idea is that when you are closer to the unit of production, to the household, you have greater chances of finding a solution that will be effectively offsetting. So in every city, we can have specific strategies. Every house can come up with a strategy such as photovoltaic panels and so on and so forth. I don't think we will be neutral by 2030, but most certainly 2050.
Thank you, Governor. We have about 5 minutes to be able to close. Maybe you can make your final comments, talk a little bit about your perspectives and what is the road ahead. I will start with Governor Casagrande. Okay, so I have 3 minutes. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. I just want to highlight how important it is to have states represented here at COP. Look at all the initiatives that the various states have. Rio de Janeiro, Mato Grosso do Sul, Minas Gerais, Espírito Santo, and others who have made it through this stage. So you see that we have to look at the state level. This is the role of the consortium. CBC is going to help us get there to make sure that every state has its own climate action plan, and so that every state knows what it's doing. Because a lot of states have various initiatives in terms of climate, but it's not very well organized. It's not being monitored. We need to follow the results very closely. And the governor from Minas is right. It is at the state level, it is at the municipal level. We'll have to look at companies, farmers. That's our commitment. And we need to focus on infrastructure projects that make our municipalities and our states more resilient in light of climate change. So we need to start to think about projects. The one I launched in Espírito Santo, which is called the Cities Fund, it's a direct funding that goes from the state to the municipalities so that cities can present proposals to make their own cities more resilient. It's going to be funded by the state government, but they are the ones who are going to conceive the plans because they know their contacts. So being able to decentralize is essential, and having subnational governments which are committed to the cause is essential. So I hope in the next COP, we still don't know where it will be, but I hope all Brazilian states will be present either with a climate action plan that's ready, or at least being drafted to make sure that we are on the road to meeting our NDC targets. Thank you.
Deputada, suas considerações finais, por favor.
Certo. Aqui, né, governador, no
Please, your
legislativo.
final comments. So I represent the legislative branch, you're from the executive, but what I see here is how important it is to have this consortium.
Para que através dessa lei da Câmara Federal passar o
Through the law
para
that is now in Congress, will go back to Senate and then back to the Congress, we need to have collective action so that we can contribute within our own states. Lots of people question why agribusiness wasn't included in the carbon market. And this criticism is justifiable, but also if you look at all the actions implemented by agribusiness in their own properties throughout all these years, it's justifiable. In the Brazilian legislation, you already have lots of requirements for agribusiness. And the ABC plan, the low carbon plan, already talks about sustainable forests, integrating forests, recovering degraded pastures. There's a series of activities that are already part of Brazilian agriculture. And they already allow us to have a carbon market. So our carbon market bill is still under discussion. We'll also be discussing our energy transition bill, hoping that through these credits, and we'll discussing the details, we'll be able to create a fund. They will be able to trade their credits, and in terms of energy transition, they will have access to resources from a fund. We've called it the Green Fund. It will be managed by the Brazilian Development Bank, and companies will have access to them, developing their projects, developing research, which is essential for us to develop the technology we want to be able to be better inserted in the international market. Thank you. Governor Thiago, your final comments, please. Once again, Congratulations for this debate. It's much needed. I liked what Mateus said. I actually don't remember if it was Mateus or Tiago talking about integrity. Making sure the states are going to back up these credits. They will be the ones who will be able to verify, to manage it better, and maybe that's their main collaboration in terms of regulation. So if everyone does their own homework, the market will be more mature, more competitive at the national level, but also at the international level, so that Europe and other big consumers can have access to it. So this is a topic that states need to look at and work on. And the participation of our consortium is extremely important in that sense. It establishes an organization which is similar within certain regions of our country. So similar structures, looking at Brazil, taking into account its local characteristics and helping the states technically with institutional support, with strategic partners, but making sure that everyone is doing their homework to make sure their carbon credits are have integrity, and looking at what our industry, agriculture can do, deforestation projects, looking at soil. This is essential. And the state of Rio is going to sign the Rio Clima, which is a mechanism to set an adaptation plan to look at climate vulnerabilities. This is also the mechanism that will define our decarbonization plan, and it will ensure that carbon mechanisms, whether it is through reforestation, through recovery of mangroves, we're looking at all of that to make sure that Rio de Janeiro is also ready, has made an inventory of its assets, can participate in these markets, and can learn from other states as well. So thank you once again, and I recognize the importance of the Brazilian Green Consortium. It's very important to all of us. Jaime, your final comments? I always highlight that Brazil is part of the solution. Sometimes we come to COP and it seems like everyone is looking at what we're doing in terms of environmental aspects. And when we came to COP and we presented all the actions that are being implemented by states, I think when you sum it all up, it allows us to come to this COP and Brazil is able to show how relevant this is, how we're part of the solution, and also the leadership process, which you mentioned, Casagrande. We need good leadership when we're talking about climate. I think the ministries have shown very clearly that climate has to be cross-sectional. It's not up to one ministry or one secretariat. So if we have governance at the federal level that allows us to look at this issue cross-sectionally, because energy transition is not just up to the Ministry of the Environment. And I think here at COP, Brazil has advanced very much and very quickly. In 6 to 7 months, the states have structured themselves according to this idea of cross-sectionality. We heard from the Minister of the Economy, Haddad, who presented the ecological transition project. And I think this allows us to show what is more urgent. As you mentioned, we cannot lose track that this is an emergency. We have urgent actions which are necessary. So deadlines need to be shortened. which means we need funding, financing. We need to be present at the local level, at the municipal level, especially for the most vulnerable cities. They need to have their own adaptation plans. So all of that, I think, during this COP, by having the states here present and this green consortium well represented, I think we've been able to pass the message on. This new governance model is going to contribute to allow us to have the sectors more active, more participative. And finally, I think we need to form the private sector in a more effective way, including federations, industry, and in our action plans, we are included in integrating the private sector. It's a joint construction project. I think that is the biggest thing we have to show now at COP. Brazil presenting itself with a new level of governance at various levels, national and subnational, in a very integrated way. Thank you. Governor Mateus, your final comments. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you all, but I would like to especially thank Governor Casagrande. He is the leader of this agenda at the state level, not only with this idea of implementing the Green Consortium, but during a meeting we were at, we were discussing 60,000 trees that we wanted to, or 60 million trees that we wanted to plant. And then after some time and after some discussion, he said, well, let's move the target to 110 million. And I think if we had given him more time, he would have increased that target. So thank you for your support. I don't think public funding will be enough for all the actions that we need to implement, which is why I'd like to invite all of you tomorrow on the 5th at the CNE stand. We will present all the Minas Gerais cases that we believe need to be talked about. And tomorrow we will present a partnership with PNB, $400 million, which will be invested in energy transition. We also have an example of 1 million with the BRICS Bank. A lot of it is going to be guided towards sustainability, and we need more private funding. And I'm talking here about multilateral banks, but we need to understand how private initiative is going to be involved. I think we need to work with the public funds, but they will not be enough. So we need the private sector involved. Thank you once again for having us, and congratulations on this wonderful initiative. I'd like to thank you all for being here. I think the discussion was wonderful, and I will give the floor back to Governor Casagrande, and he can close. Thank you, William. I'd like to congratulate all the states who are here. I have to go today, unfortunately, but Fabricio, our secretary, is going to be there tomorrow at the event you just invited us to. I think we have to be supporting each other and show that we are now going to work in concrete terms. Discussions are well underway, and we're ready to move on to concrete actions. We have the possibility of establishing wonderful partnership with these banks, as was mentioned, and other partners, and we're ready to move to action. Thank you very much. Maybe we could have a picture.
Alô? Prezados, atenção. O próximo painel começará em 10 minutos. 10 minutos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will start in 10 minutes.
coloca nele aí. Vai ter, né? Então tem que tirar dele, né? Sim. Tá. Ah, gente, isso é normal, né? Tem jeito. Podemos? Bom dia a todas e todos. Peço que tomem seus lugares, por favor. Desliguem os celulares ou coloquem em modo.
Hi, please put your phones in silent mode. Our panel will be in Portuguese. Allow me to present everybody present. My name is Pedro Mendes, National Secretary for Oil, Natural Gas and Biofuel. The National Secretary of Civil Aviation, Juliano Norman, Head of Sustainability for Latam Airlines Brazil, Head of Sustainability, Lígia Moreiro, Alexandre Silveira, the Director for the Study of Oil, Natural Gas and Biofuels at the Energy Research and Enterprise, EPA. We also have Laís Tomás from Goiás, Secretary of Internal Relations, and the CEO of the Sugarcane Sector Union, Evandro Gussi. Thank you very much, you all, for being here. We have several women in our panel. So on Women's Day, our Ministry of Mines and Energy appointed 4 women to the board. And this includes Laís Tomás. She is the secretary, but also a board member. Let's start with a video about our program, Fuel of the Future.
Já tem uma das maiores indústrias de biocombustíveis do mundo, com potencial em novos mercados ainda por serem explorados, trazendo mais riqueza para o país, desenvolvimento para a indústria nacional, emprego e renda para a população. Foi pensando nisso que o governo federal elaborou o projeto de lei Combustível do Futuro, o maior programa de descarbonização da matriz de transportes do planeta. O novo programa do Ministério de Minas e Energia reúne uma série de iniciativas para promover uma nova mobilidade eficiente e sustentável. Uma das inovações é que o projeto vai criar o Programa Nacional de Combustível Sustentável de Aviação. A medida vai diminuir as emissões de gases do efeito estufa do setor aéreo. Também será criado o Programa Nacional de Diesel Verde, reduzindo nossa dependência do combustível derivado de petróleo. Além disso, a proposta estimula a atividade de produção e comercialização dos combustíveis sintéticos e integra as iniciativas da Política Nacional de Biocombustíveis, Renova Bio, do Programa Rota 2030 e do Programa Brasileiro de Etiquetagem Veicular. Vamos tornar possível também um aumento de 27% para 30% no percentual de etanol anidro na gasolina, tornando os motores mais eficientes. E nós podemos ainda mais. A atividade de captura e estocagem de carbono será regulamentada, que vai tornar o biocombustível brasileiro ainda mais limpo. Tudo isso vai contribuir para que o Brasil seja campeão mundial em transição energética. Vamos tornar realidade o combustível que nos impulsiona para o futuro. Vem com a gente! Combustível do futuro é transição energética. Ministério de Minas e Energia, Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Obrigado. Antes de
Thank you.
passar a palavra para o nosso ministro de Minas e
Before giving the floor to the Ministry of Mines and Energy, who will make the opening of our table, I'd like to say I'm very proud to be part of your team, also part of the Department of Energy Transition. Our minister will chair the G20 for Mines and Energy. It's the right person at the right place. Very important to have him as a leader in the mines and energy sector. He works every day under the governance of Lula's president in strong articulation with the House of Representatives and the Senate. He's been in dialogue with the world to defend the energy transition. He's been advocating for the energy transition. He wants it to become mandatory. Many countries are not doing their homework. He's been a leader in Brazil and in the global south when it comes to mines and energy, and in dialogue with several stakeholders nationally and abroad. And thanks to this leadership, we had the ratification of the Biofuel Alliance with several countries involved. So now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Minister Alexandre Silveira. Well, he's young, competent. Our National Secretary for Oil, Natural Gas, and Biofuel, he's also a great MC, a great master of ceremony. Every day I discover more about his skills, but overall, he's very loyal, a partner, and he's been working very hard, full of energy, really, so that we can fulfill our mission, aware that we have a huge responsibility when it comes to governing the electric sector, the mining sector, the biofuel sector, because we have a very heated international debate on energy sources worldwide. We needed to ensure the sources of energy and biofuel, but we needed to do it in an appropriate manner, meaning more sustainable. That's the real energy transition. And as Pietro mentioned, for Brazil, a country of huge potential, a country where the population invested to create a green and sustainable matrix, a matrix that is unique in the world. In Brazil, we are in a very special moment when it comes to the international debate, because rich and industrialized countries should be fully active and working in favor of a more sustainable planet, leveraging the potential for a green transition. And these countries, they have to partner with other countries that have a greener matrix so that we have to contribute to the inclusion of people. And I believe that this is a challenge we all have. We needed to decarbonize the Brazilian matrix, especially when it comes to transportation and mobility. And you know that we have this potential, which is the biofuels, but also we needed to call for the overall understanding. I have no doubt our generation and the next generation, we know it very well. We are very much aware that the way is investing in sustainability. The way forward is investing. And as Pope Francis said, we have to do it and we have to be globally aware of the importance of our ecosystem. I see so many people I'd like to greet and acknowledge. I was very lucky because I have a team at the Ministry of Mines and Energy, a team that is highly qualified, and it's thanks to this team that we've been able to deliver so much in the first year of the new administration. And I am very grateful to all of you who have been working so hard for creating very important public policies for Brazil and for the world. I would like to greet the National Secretary of Aviation, Juliano, Evandro, also Evandro Gussi, CEO at Única. He's always available. He's a leader when it comes to fostering biofuels in Brazil. And he represents today a private sector in Brazil, but he's very much aligned with the public sector because he's always looking for a convergence between the private interest and the public interest. So he comes up with the formulas that are magical because they allow us to grow, generate income, respect investors, while having investments that fulfill their greater role, which is the social role, which is improving livelihoods, creating jobs, generating opportunities, fighting inequality that are so prevailing in our societies. Unfortunately, I have a very dear friend from the state of Minas Gerais, an entrepreneurial leader, but also someone with a public spirit and awareness, someone who knows that the private and the public should go in pair, which is Flávio Ross. Thank you very much for being here. On behalf of Laís, Lígia, and Heloísa, I'd like to greet all women and say once again, and it is something very real. We have to more and more have greater participation of women. We should have a 50-50% participation, be it in the public sector, in the private sector. That's what is fair, that's what is just, and that's what is clear because they contribute a lot with their skills and capacities, but also with sensitivity. So women should be present in a proportional manner on an equal basis and contributing to public policies and to the private sector as well. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to be here at COP28 and in this forum where we discuss sustainability, discuss with important international leaders. This is a great honor and a satisfaction. As you know, Brazil is a continental size country. More and more, Brazil becomes a model reference when it comes to green energy and low carbon transition. As of the beginning of our mandate, it is clear that our country is a pioneer in the sector, and also when it comes to decarbonization through biofuels. 50 years of ethanol, 20 years of flex and hybrid vehicles, 20 years of the biodiesel program. At the time, it was an innovative program launched by Lula, and that was maintained throughout Dilma's administration. We have the largest size program that actually monetizes greenhouse gas emission reduction, which is RenovaBio, the national biofuel system. And day after day, we work to develop low carbon energies. It's no coincidence that you have one of the cleanest energy matrices in the world, which makes us a leader in green energy, in energy transition, and it makes our responsibility even greater. 50% of all energy consumed and 88% of electric energy in our country is clean and renewable. Brazil is in an energy transition that wishes to be inclusive. And we should keep active, as President Lula said, so we keep RenovaBio, the national biofuel system. We also have the green diesel program and also an empowerment of family agriculture. So we are restoring the spirit of the legislation that was enacted during the first mandate of President Lula. We also have set the basis for the biofuel of the future, the fuel of the future. Fuel of the future will be remembered in the future. It is disrupting when it comes to decarbonizing highly polluted matrices, namely in the transport sector. It was launched in Brasilia in a big event. Lucy was present, and we submitted the proposal to the House of Representatives in August, and we had the presence of several parliamentarians. And this is the proof that we know how to create the largest decarbonization program for public mobility. We all have the challenge to reach net zero by 2050. For this reason, we will work in the transport sector, especially in the road sector that consumes fossil fuels every year. We will also foster the decarbonization of the sector, promoting low carbon mobility, reinforcing the fuel of the future that should count on 2030 route-related policies. Our national industry has to promote hybrid and flex vehicles. And we have bold policies such as the Aviation Sustainable Fuel Program, and we work in line with international standards. We will launch the Green Diesel Program. There is a mandate for the green diesel within the Fuel of the Future bill that will make heavy vehicles cleaner. And there will be a mandatory blend of at least 30% at the pump. We want the second generation ethanol. We want SAF and hydrogen being produced by filter third, which has no value added at present. And we also wish to have a safe legal framework for the carbon capture and storage system in Brazil. The replacement of fossil fuel with cleaner sources is not enough to meet the target set at the Paris Agreement. For this reason, we should invest in carbon capture and storage, use of carbon, and new technologies that are essential for the global economic development in the next decades. We are talking about more than 200 billion reais in investments until the year 2037. It is only with the 2030 route and the national biofuel systems, we will have more than 150 billion Brazilian reais in investment, plus 7.5 billion will be invested in a biofuel for aviation. The green diesel shall contribute with extra 8 billion in refineries and carbon capture and storage that will lead to the investment of over 3 billion reais in Brazil. The regulation of synthetic fuel by CNP will translate into big investment in clean fuel. Biofuel made by ethanol, biomethane, and synthetic fuel shall account for 65 billion in new refineries. We have concrete examples and projects. Biorefinery plants in Bahia, the first drilling for carbon capture and storage in the state of Mato Grosso, and the second generation ethanol plant in São Paulo. This is a clear sign that Brazil has legal certainty. It is a clear sign that our country has regulations in place and a stable regulation. Our country has social, political, and economic stability. Our country contributes and will continue to contribute even more for the solutions we have in the world, especially when it comes to fighting climate change and the causes of climate change. We will defend the implementation of public policies that meet the needs of citizens in a sustainable manner, but also balanced, aware, and fair. And here, at COP, together with world leaders, we are here to showcase the wealthiness of our environmental assets that provide a service to the planet, because once again, we have only one ecosystem in the world, and when we are one of the main absorbers of carbon in the world, it's impossible to discuss carbon mitigation if we do not protect rainforest, especially our Amazon forests, the lungs of the world. The biomes needed to be fully preserved so that they can render the environmental services that are so important for social, economic, and environmental development. The carbon market is a bridge for the future of Brazil and the future of the world. I usually say that Brazil has to comply with environmental legislation. It is the least. It is actually a mission that we have in Brazil to be a leader in energy transition. But also, we have to be brave to discuss with the world how can we value the sacrifice and the hard work and all the efforts undertaken by Brazil so that Brazil can include the population, fight inequality so that Brazil can take care of people, which is the very purpose of Lula's administration. Our country combines a set of positive factors to be a leader in global geopolitics. We have an effective strategy that requires coordinated actions and synergy between different policies. And that's precisely what we are doing. We are integrating different sectorial policies and we are fostering synergies and maximizing the benefits of decarbonization. Finally, I would like to say that Brazil is and will continue a global player, highly active in looking for solutions that will translate into energy safety, energy transition that is made in a fair and sustainable manner, always striving for solutions that fight social inequality and offset greenhouse gas emissions. Together, we can comply with international treaties, international agreements, and deliver a better world for the future generation. Brazil is ready and will be even more under the leadership of President Lula, a leader in energy transition. As Pope Francis stated, this will only happen if it is mandatory and provided industrialized countries recognize their responsibility. So please, count on our Ministry of Mines and Energy. Please count on public policies led by our President Lula. And once again, I'd like to thank you all, and I'd like to say that Brazil is firmly advancing to becoming the leader in green energy and green transition in the world. Thank you.
Parabéns. Obrigado, ministro. Parabéns.
Dando continuidade ao nosso painel, aproveito para
So
informar que o
let's
ministro
continue with this panel, and I'd like to let you know that the minister will have to leave us in 10 minutes because he will participate in a panel of Sea for All at the UN. So he will not be able to stay for the whole panel. I will now give the floor to the director of the EPE, the energy research company from Brazil, Heloísa Borges. The Minister of Mines and Energy has this research company, which is kind of a amazing technical assistance. We have other members here. They are the people who do it all. Without her, we cannot do anything. She also works for this research company. So let's give the floor to Heloísa. Heloísa, you have a vision about energy transition. How do you think this integration is going to happen, and how will it affect the future? Thank you, Pietro. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you for Minister Alexandre Silveira's confidence in us and leadership. I'd like to greet all who are here to follow this panel. The minister has said very well the role and responsibility we all have in order to build a sustainable future. This is something we state at various levels, but the UN has proposed a series of environmental or sustainable development goals, and if Brazil takes advantage of the strength it has in terms of bioenergy, it will have a unique opportunity. At the research company I work with, at EPE, we say that biofuels are our strength. They are what makes us unique, and they are something that we can feel very lucky about having access to. They are something that's quite unique to our country. And when we think about emissions, 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions in Brazil comes from the production of energy, and half of them is transportation sector, which is why it's so important to have a program such as this one to talk about the fuel of the future, which is why we've been meeting with Pietro and the entire ministry's team. And this project is going to have 6 axes: the integration of Route 2030, the harmonization of the schedule, the creation of a program for sustainable aviation fuel, and I will let them talk about this program more specifically, the proposition of a legal framework for technologies to capture and store carbon, green development program, the broadening of the mixing limitations in gasoline, allowing us to increase our small vehicle fleet. Why have we done this? Our main motivation was thinking that we needed to advance in a sustainable future, in establishing a sustainable future for our matrix, for our energy mix. And why do we focus on biofuels then? I see Alessandro, who is here. Biomethane is a huge part of our strategy. With biofuels, Brazil is going to be able to do the energy transition, which with a good cost-efficient strategy. This is proven by our studies. We show that we're able to optimize production, optimize our value chains, meaning we keep employment and income within the country, generating economic development through social inclusion, working on capacity building based on technology we already have. So losing that is missing out on a huge opportunity. We will not do that. Biofuels allow us to meet very easily our targets, our climate targets. We say and we state it firmly, Brazil is going to meet its targets in terms of decarbonization. With this innovation, this technological innovation will be at the front, and we're going to do the analysis from the beginning to the end, a full life cycle analysis to be able to prove through science the advantage of biofuels. We have a study from our company EPE done together with AEA that establishes the methodology to define the carbon intensity of each route, which is going to be considered in setting the automotive targets, automotive industry targets. If you're here present, congratulations on this work. It was fantastic work that was done. And we show through this work the advantage of ethanol for small vehicles. We show the advantage of biomethane. We show the advantage biodiesel has. I think I've run out of minutes, but I would like you to check our website. Also, please check the Ministry of Mines and Energy's website to get an idea of the amount of information and how robust the information we have is, and everything we've done to be able to set up this program so well. Thank you. Thank you, Eloisa. I will give the floor to, the minister is going to leave. Thank you very much, Minister. Let me give the floor to our National Secretary of Civil Aviation. We also have Eduardo Neri here present. I know it's probably a challenge to decarbonize maritime or sea transportation. Maybe we will talk about it in another panel. Juliano, what novelties do you have in terms of using sustainable aviation fuel? How do you see this Fuel of the Future initiative, and how does it connect to your work? Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here. It's a very interesting topic, Pietro. The minister mentioned Brazil's leadership. It's a good example of how we've been able to lead. We're ahead of the process. We're not following behind. There was a bill which was the basis of the agreement we just celebrated at the International Forum within UN, OASI, or the IACO rather, which establishes targets for decarbonization for the aviation sector. And we used the same rationale that was used for this bill, Fuel of the Future, and it served as the basis for this very big agreement, an international agreement. So just one example, this bill, in a very intelligent way, looks at how we can regulate decarbonization. What do I mean by that? Some countries have established regulations and we're discussing mixing. And so they would say, oh, I want X% of green fuel with inside the overall fuel. And we thought, well, this is a way of doing it, but it's not the best way, in our opinion, which is why for our bill, we decided to regulate based on performance. So regardless of the mix I have in the beginning, because it would be a logistical challenge to be able to have this mix all over Brazil. If you look at the size of Brazil and areas that are remote. So what we did was we looked at the entire volume and how we would be able to reduce these emissions. It looks at 3% reduction by 2030 and 6 by 2033. The agreement that was signed at the IACO looks at 5% by 2030 for international aviation, using that same rationale of emission reduction. 75% of aviation in Brazil is domestic aviation. So if you look at 3%, it's much higher than the 5% abroad because we're looking at just domestic aviation. So it's a very ambitious goal and target. However, if we look at the possibilities we have, technology we have, we know it's possible. Within Brazil, we can generate enough SAFs to be able to meet the target. And because we're looking at volumes, you can take advantage of the distribution chain. If you concentrate your SAF chain in São Paulo, in Rio de Janeiro, you can get there, you can meet the target without an impact on your infrastructure. So I think in the end, it's an ambitious goal. The world has established this 5% goal, which is ambitious as well, but I think we will be able to get there in Brazil with local production, everything being produced inside the country. Thank you very much, Juliano. I'll give the floor to André Werneck. He is a manager from Raizen, a company that's always in the news. Also, Alessandro is here, president of Biogas. What do we expect in terms of investments that will be made in biogas, biomethane, sustainable aviation fuel, and how does that link to this bill, this project? Thank you very much for the invitation. I think the minister and Juliano has mentioned 2 points that are very important. A bill such as this one, it gives you judiciary security because it looks at decarbonization and not a specific technology or feedstock. And this is important because looking at the macroeconomic situation, it's currently a complex the moment is currently very complex. Everything costs very high. It's difficult to justify investments. So it's even more risky to allocate capital. Everyone is always on the lookout. An initiative like this, aside from market predictability, and people often think all this only has to do with predictability, but actually you're creating a framework that allows you to have more intelligent and safer investments. The potential we have today, the way in which legislation is being drafted, we cannot allow the center of gravity to stay in the United States or in Europe. It makes no sense to send raw material there. So they produce SAF to decarbonize because this has an impact and we want a global transition, not just a local transition or a jurisdictional transition. So it's much easier to have it be developed within the country. If we're going to make SAFs or carbon storage, either for injection or for synthetic products, then at least we have the possibility to do so now. It will depend on what will be the fourth way. We don't even call them plants anymore. Back in the day, the plants used to produce sugar and alcohol. The second also included energy generation, which is part of our energy mix and why it's so renewable. The third way, which is the current one, is second generation ethanol and biogas. Could be biomethane used for other purposes. And the fourth wave are the products that you can make from the waste for SAF, for maritime fuel, or even for other purposes. So we have a very promising future, in my opinion. And what's important in this bill is because it's connected to RenovaBio, the initiative for biofuel production expansion, is that renewable and sustainable is not necessarily the same, which is why Brazil has a huge potential of being unique. You can have an electric vehicle that emits more than a car with a fossil fuel, with a regular engine. So when you have decarbonization target, it's the technology that reduces most emissions that will win. If you look at sustainability criteria like zero deforestation, respect for the forest codes, then you preserve sustainability as well. You're doing both. So I think we are on the right path. The idea is to connect to other jurisdictions because if the cost to reduce emissions is lower here, then why do I need to invest in capacity building and refining outside of the country? If Brazil is capable of meeting its targets through biofuels very easily, why can't we give part of that capacity, what we have extra, to other countries through a book and claim system, for instance? For instance, for biomethane, Germany has a difficulty in finding a substitute for gas. So why can't I make an agreement with them with all the biofuel that the biomethane that I will be producing? So there's a lot that can be done. We have a huge amount of projects that we're going to be developing, and you can count on Raizen. So for investors, the message is there will be SAFs produced in Brazil. So you talked about that idea of investment. We know there is the United States, Europe, that have a series of initiatives in that sense. Professor Anais, I think she is a 3-time postdoc. She is our counselor for everything that has to do with investment. How is Brazil positioned in terms of investment attraction? As André has put it, and how can this program help? Well, thank you first of all for the invitation. It's an honor to be part of CMPE. And I'm happy to be here to represent university and science. I participate alongside 15 other federal universities in a specific project. So thank you also to the National Aviation Secretariat for the support they provide to academia. When they structured this bill, the Fuel of the Future, it was very positive because they coordinated a series of projects and they included the participation of many stakeholders. I'd like to take this opportunity for congratulating you, Pietro, for structuring this program in such a way. And academia was part of the process by looking at what were the best practices. This year, we had a mission to the United States, to Norway, to Finland, to the Netherlands, and we were there to check what they were doing that could be reproduced here, but also what mistakes we do not want to make again. So having a program that's based on reducing emissions is very positive for academia. We're thinking about how to have better fuel with a lower carbon footprint. So not establishing a guideline regarding volume is unique. It's different from other programs, such as the one from ICAO and other European Union programs. The United States has been investing a lot from the start in the SAFs. They have announced more than 240 million for infrastructure projects and a good portion also for technology development. In Europe, we have the Horizon program, which with 100 billion that can go to research in sustainable aviation fuel and other fuels as well. Even though there's this issue of life cycle, we now have more incentives for the universities to collaborate with the government and be able to advance in their research. So this has helped us because we're also able to invest in research that shows the competitive advantage of our products, that we could try and develop SAFs from other raw materials. And these investments that are now made available can help us not only in what was already proposed, but in finding new ways to produce them. To produce fuels. I'm focusing on SAFs, but for green diesel, for instance, we're also scaling up production. We have the first pilot plant at Rio Grande do Norte University. This is the fruit of a cooperation with Germany, and at UFG, the university for which I am a secretary, we have very large programs to look at hydrogen. We have a hydrogen excellence center now, and we hope that we will be able to look within our country to find investment in research. So we're not just focused on Rio and Sao Paulo, but what's taking place in other states, other regions in the north, northeast, to involve the whole nation. And also, we see this program, Fuel of the Future, to be able to include other stakeholders, including civil society and environmental actors. So I think this panel speaks about this specifically.
And to conclude, we've been trying to give this scholar perspective to the industry and contribute so that we can go through this hard time maybe more easily. We know it's still more expensive than fossil fuel, so we have to overcome the challenge, and the Brazilian universities are at your disposal so that we can contribute and work together. So I do believe we need state public policies such as the Fuel of the Future bill. I hope it will be passed on by the Congress so that we can have more and more investments. You announced 20 billion for funding of research, and I hope that we can make it happen. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Now I'll give the floor to Lígia Loureiro, Head of Sustainability at LATAM Airlines Brazil, and the airline companies have partnered with us in the drafting of our bill. And these airline companies, as we all know, as Minister Silvio Costa mentioned, there is an impact on the price. So there is this obligation, this requirement of reducing emissions, and the price of the fuel can become even more expensive as a consequence. So Professor Laiz talked about several aspects. Based on that, how do you see this issue? How do you see the fuel of the future? Do you think it's possible to ensure competitiveness? And what was your contribution for the drafting of the fuel of the future bill? Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation made to LATAM Airlines Brazil. And thank you also for the opportunity to discuss this topic at the COP. We started this work in 2021. It was the onset of the dialogue to draft this bill that is now waiting to be voted on the Congress. Why is SAF so important for aviation? Aviation accounts for 2% of emissions, but we are 100% committed to mitigate the impact of climate change. At LATAM Airlines, we have two important targets I'd like to touch upon. One is reducing and offsetting at least half of domestic emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2050. When we talk about decarbonization in aviation, there is not one size fits all solution. We have different solutions for different moments. We have short-term solutions, medium-term, and long-term solutions. At the beginning, we can tackle operational efficiency, we can adopt new technologies, manufacturing aircrafts that emit less greenhouse gases. We also have the strategy of reducing emissions and this tool, which is the sustainable fuel for aviation that we call SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. There is no single solution. As I said, we have a set of solutions. And when we see the net zero 2050, the SAF should account for 50% of the net zero composition. As for the challenges we have at present when it comes to the sustainable aviation fuel, first of all, the aviation industry really wishes to have SAF available, but if we take into account the entire production in the world, it is 0.1% of total demand. On the top of that, there is an issue concerning the price, which might be 5 times more expensive than the traditional fossil fuel-based fuel that we use. And the fuel represents 40% of the cost. So figure if you multiply this by 5. Another topic I'd like to highlight today, because people sometimes are not aware that when we say SAF, we are talking about a sustainable fuel. What is a sustainable fuel? It is a fuel that needs to comply with 13 sustainability criteria. It's not the raw material or the technology route. We need to comply with 13 sustainability criteria that include water resources, land use, labor relations, amid others. And also, there is another concern. The fuel has to be sustainable, but also contribute to the democratization of access to airline transport. Yes, people need airplanes as a means of transportation. So we need an SAF that has a scale and that at the same time complies with the technical and sustainable requirements. And how can we overcome all challenges we have in terms of technical aspects, the price, the scale, and the amount? We need a legal framework that gives us legal certainty, because when it comes to producing SAF, we need high value investment. So in order to build a unit, to produce in considerable quantities, we need 5-year investment. So we needed to have public policies in place that give us legal certainty to enable the investment. So when we had the entire discussion about the Fuel of the Future bill, we had the participation of all stakeholders. The problem is complex, as I mentioned. So it's important to have the joint work of all stakeholders. So we had producers, academia, politicians, airline companies, and it was very important to have everybody working towards the same aim. And also the bill includes the requirement to reduce emissions. It's linked to emission reduction and not to volume. And this is important because our concern is to decarbonize. And this decarbonization has to be linked with international standards and international agreements. We also discussed the availability of the SAF because in Brazil we have logistics bottlenecks, so the bill provides for the fact that it's not a requirement to use SAF in all airports, and also because we don't have SAF available in all places, in all locations. Thank you very much, Ligia. And thank you very much for the partnership with airline companies. When it comes to providing fuel, we have high quality fuel that complies with the requirements and for competitive prices. This is really a concern that our minister has. I'll now give the floor to Evandro, and I'd like to greet Flávio Castellati, two missionaries of ethanol, and the achievements we have made in terms of ethanol is thanks to both of them as well. He's a longtime friend. We met in 2018 in the United States when we were promoting RenovaBio, the national biofuel system. And at that time, Evandro was the MP who drafted the bill that was approved in record time. So Evandro, I'd like to take advantage of your experience, of your background as an MP. How do you see the passing of the bill in the Congress? We are very happy that the rapporteur is Geraldo Jardim, and now we were working at Única. So if you could please give us the perspective from the private sector. Thank you very much, Secretary Pietro, for your words. Very generous. It is an honor to be part of the session and an acknowledgement as to the participation of women. We need to join the second wave of women participation. The first wave was about saying it was a right of women to be present in the public sector, in the private sector, in leading positions. But I think we have a second wave. It is a right of the society to have women occupying leading positions. Shouldn't we have these women present? The society would lose. They could be doing other things that they would like, but the society would lose without their participation because their contribution is absolutely valuable. I could give you examples, but in Brazil, I always remember Emperor Leopoldina. I'm a great fan of her. Without her, Brazil wouldn't be an independent country. She wrote letters to José Bonifácio that are wonderful. So I would like to think about this new wave because I'm thinking about it, especially when I see the work of Laís at CNPA. She's so competent. It's not a women's right only. It is, of course, a right of women, but it is also the right of the society to have women occupying these places where they wish to be, where they have to be, where they can be. Because otherwise the society loses as a whole. So I want to ensure my right that women might occupy the places they want to occupy. And I am here accompanied by three outstanding women. Lígia at Latam, Heloísa, who is a professor for me, and Laís at CNPA. But of course, we have great men too. But anyway, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Vice Governor of Rio de Janeiro, Thiago Pampolha. It's an honor to be here with you, to have you listening to our panel. And the Rio de Janeiro state has a huge potential. And also, if you allow me, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Bruno Serapião, the second largest producer of ethanol in Brazil. It's part of the board of Única, and Thiago Rui is part of biogas board. So, Secretary Pietro, we heard about demand. Now let's talk about the offer. We have challenges also in terms of the offer. The background of the biofuel sector is marked by a fact. We reacted very well to good legal framework. I keep saying and keep repeating that I love Douglas North, one of the greatest economists in history. Douglas North says that the institutional framework is even more relevant for the economic development than the technology itself. I mean, technology is actually the result of a good institutional design. I mean, in sub-Saharan Africa and Africa, you have people who are as intelligent as in the Silicon Valley. People have the same skills, capabilities, potential, but in one area, you have one institutional design that allows for research, development, and innovation that lacks in other parts of the world. So how can we translate this into numbers, into figure? In Brazil, it took us 500 years to produce 300 million tons of sugarcane. 500 years. When hybrid vehicles were launched in 2003, 8 years after, in 2011, we have been able to produce extra 300 tons of sugarcane. So it took us 8 years to reproduce what had taken us 500 years. And why is that? Because we had an institutional design. And this institutional design was private institutional design because it was designed by the private sector, the industry, that made it possible for the sector to double the production. And here we have great opportunities. Now in Brazil, we have a unique synergy. First of all, we have a government. I mean, I'm not paid to make compliments to the government, but truth is we have a government that is committed with energy transition. The Ministry of Mines and Energy is engaged and committed with energy transition. When I was a politician, I said that I like the birds that are quite free and all the ones that repeat. I like the bird that is going to build and construct and everything, and not to be singing only. So Brazil was a protagonist, a leading actor. We have the fuel of the future, which will be approved this year. I'm confident we have one of the best rapporteurs in history, because you have Arnaldo Jardim, the MP who is highly experienced in the area of biofuels and is the rapporteur of the bill. And in Brazil, we have a plurality of ideology that actually agrees when it comes to biofuel. We have a compromise, and proof is the bill number 123 that was passed on last year. And again, when it comes to the Fuel of the Future bill, I think we have a consensus and the government. There is a clear commitment. There is a pact when it comes to bioenergy and biofuel. And I think that the Congress will follow. The Speaker, Rodrigo Pacheco, he understands the strategic role of bioenergy in Brazil, and he is pushing for the approval of the bill. On the other side, if you leave the Senate and you go to the House of Representatives, the Speaker of the House, Mr. Lira, he understood something that is very important, which is we are not here to stand for a sector, to defend a sector. We are here to defend the economic, environmental, and social benefits provided by the sector for the Brazilian society. The policies should not be in favor of a sector or a company, but it should favor the society, and it should provide the society with economic, environmental, and social development. And we have representatives of the industry. We are very mature when it comes to bioenergy in Brazil. The bioenergy industry is mature. You have sovereign funds that have chosen Brazil because they see Brazil as the bioenergy platform in the world. You see works carried out by the industry, the investment. I think we have a beautiful synergy. On the top of that, the energy transition will not cost a lot for the Brazilian society. In the US, they are paying $1.3 trillion in order to try to have an energy transition. That will cost a lot and it will require hard work. This is in the US, in China, let alone. We don't know if they're going to be able to do it. When it comes to Brazil, we have market stability, regulation stability, and if we can combine them, we'll be able to carry out investments that will make good compensation and deliver a lot to the Brazilian society. The only bottleneck we have is regulation process, regulatory process. Because you see, I gave the example of the hybrid vehicle, the flex vehicle that led us to multiply by 2 the sugarcane offer in Brazil. But we didn't have a good pricing policy. And this bad pricing policy was really detrimental to the industry in Brazil. We had very high oil prices, so it was very difficult for us to cope with the situation because of the price policy. And now we see that the Ministry of Mines and Energy has to be very cautious in this area. And to conclude, stability in the market, stability in the regulation, and in the legislation are essential, and I believe the Fuel of the Future bill is the perfect example. For the sector to have the expected performance, what we are lacking is indeed this issue. But it is now included in the bill, which is a regulatory horizon that is appropriate, that will allow for transparency and clarity in the investments. Thank you.
Já caminhando aqui para o encerramento, né? Você vê a diversidade de combustíveis e de soluções renováveis que o
So
Brasil.
we're going to close, but we have just gotten an idea of all the solutions, all the options that Brazil has. We see a panel of experts here. We mentioned biomethane, Alexandre represents, but we didn't talk about corn ethanol, which we have great perspectives for production, biodiesel, which we get from a specific reaction, as was announced by Minister yesterday, and it's going to be included in an amendment to reach up to 25% biodiesel mix. So we really have an array of solutions. Brazil has everything in place to be able to be at the forefront, be one of the leaders in energy transition. I'm sorry, I will have to apologize, and I need 45 seconds to clarify that when I talk about ethanol in Brazil, I do not differentiate where it comes from anymore. What's important for us is bioenergy produced sustainably, so no deforestation, no competition for food. Corn ethanol has been in Brazil for 6 years, 20% of production, no deforestation, because a lot of it comes from second crops, and even better, it's completely transforming livestock. There was this debate of food versus energy, and now the more corn we produce, so the more corn ethanol we produce, the more food we generate for animals. So we no longer differentiate. What's important is that it be produced sustainably. Well, if you got 45 seconds, I want mine too. I just want you to keep in mind that the biodiesel program, and we have these figures at our research company based on an analysis from last year, the biodiesel program talks very well with the Sustainable Development Goals, especially when it looks at family farming. We're able to show the increase in income of the families due to the program. It went from 20,000 reais to 30,000 reais per capita income for each family. More families are being served by the program, and this was a wonderful program that Lula was able to implement from the start. Well, I think this concludes our panel. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. And maybe we can have a picture.
Boa tarde. Muito boa tarde a todos, a todas. Nós vamos dar início aqui ao nosso painel sobre a Política Nacional de Transição Energética.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. We're going to start our panel, which is going to discuss the National Energy Transition Policy. Please take a seat. We have a full house here. But I think we can get started. I'd like to start by thanking all our participants. Thank you for accepting the invitation of having this debate here. I'd also like to thank all of you who are here watching this session. Please make sure all your cell phones are on mute so that there are no distractions. And it will be in Portuguese, but we do have streaming and interpretation into English. So let's get started. I am Tiago Barral, National Energy Transition and Planning Secretary for the Ministry of Mines and Energy of Brazil. It is with great pleasure that we have all of you here to talk about the National Energy Transition Policy. We will go more in detail about this policy so you can understand a bit of the context behind this debate. Our panel today is going to discuss the policy. This is an initiative by the Ministry of Mines and Energy to integrate all programs and actions the government has to ensure that there is consistency among the initiatives, to ensure that we're well aligned with our ambitions as a country, and to be able to promote transparency and social participation as we design and perfect our policies. Furthermore, this policy has a goal of facilitating the links between energy policies, climate policies, environmental policies, and social policies, as well as economic, technological, industrial policies, and many more, to ensure that everything is very well integrated and consistent. Before we continue, let me tell you how we want to structure the policy, and then we will have time for our panel members to give their opinion on a series of aspects which are relevant in designing it. But I will start with the video that will be on the screen to show you the rationale behind this policy. We don't hear very well.
Melhor e diferente e plural. O Brasil é líder mundial da transição energética. Estamos onde todo mundo quer estar, com biocombustíveis, energia hidráulica, eólica e solar. A transição energética. O Brasil faz avião, faz violão, extrai petróleo do fundo do mar e sabe dançar. A gente é muito, é diverso, é diferente, é grande. Todo dia a gente faz muito, mas a gente sempre quer fazer mais e melhor e diferente e plural. O Brasil é líder mundial da transição energética. Estamos onde todo mundo quer estar, com biocombustíveis, energia hidráulica, eólica e solar. A transição energética é sobre isso. É sobre dar ao povo brasileiro a diversidade da energia que a gente tem na nossa cultura, na nossa geografia, na nossa criatividade, na nossa força e no nosso trabalho. É criar novas possibilidades. É levar energia barata, eficiente, segura para todo mundo. É aproveitar o vento, o sol, a água, a terra, o nosso subsolo. É inventar, é criar, é inovar. É energia boa para quem faz aquele feijão, para quem recebe os netos, para quem quer tomar um banho gostoso no final do dia. mas também para quem produz, para quem vende, para quem gera emprego, para quem cultiva, para todos que transformam. É pesquisar, é desenvolver, é extrair o que há de melhor em nós, nossa coragem, a nossa inventividade. A transição energética é a cara do Brasil e o Brasil agora começa a sua transição para um país ainda mais produtivo, para uma vida melhor, mais digna e mais justa. E é sobre isso o nosso trabalho. É sobre o melhor do brasileiro, sobre o melhor do Brasil. Energia e diversidade. Transição energética. A energia para transformar o Brasil e o mundo. Ministério de Minas e Energia. Governo Federal. Brasil. União e Reconstrução.
Bom, obrigado, pessoal, aí pela atenção.
Thank you very much.
Essa é a primeira exibição pública do
This
vídeo
is the
mais
first
importante
time we
da
show this
transição
video
energética.
publicly,
E como vocês puderam ver,
and
esse
as you
manifesto,
see,
ele traz a diversidade como
it
palavra-chave
is able to talk about diversity, which we see as key, regional diversity, energy, energetic diversity, so we can combine all the potential in our energy transition policy.
Se me permitem agora só alguns minutinhos para eu trazer e explicar um pouquinho mais do que a gente está pensando.
Just give me a few minutes so I can tell you what we've been thinking about doing
Nós, tendo a diretriz
and how
clara da
we've
presidente
set it up.
Lula e do ministro Alexandre
Under
Silveira,
the
de
clear
fazer da
guidelines
transição
of
energética pilar
President Lula and Minister Alexandre Silveira, we decided to make this energy transition policy.
com uma série de programas, iniciativas
Well, we decided to draft it, but we had a series of programs, initiatives that already were pointing that way. However, there were gaps that we had been working on filling and a need to perfect other programs and other policies as well.
uma percepção, diagnóstico de que era necessário
However,
darmos corpo integrado
we felt like it was necessary
iniciativas de programas.
to integrate all these projects and initiatives so that communication would be better. So we would better communicate what we're doing, how society is involved, how we've set up social participation, making sure that everything is more consistent and we have a holistic vision. So when we started the energy transition policy, the goal was to integrate, to make it more consistent, and to compile all these programs and initiatives under a single umbrella,
Mais uma vez, facilitar o processo de participação social na construção e no aprimoramento.
making sure social participation was easier.
Como que a gente está pensando isso? A partir de
So how is that going to happen? Based on two very important instruments.
estamos chamando de PLANT,
The first is called PLANTE. It is the National Plan for Energy Transition. It looks at a sectorial approach and what efforts need to be made. So, what does that mean?
agenda de transformação do setor elétrico,
How can we transform the electric and mining sector?
pilares para descarbonização,
How can they be pillars to help in decarbonizing other sectors? How can we get oil and gas involved and how can it transform itself
trazer essa transição energética no contexto de país que de fato tem
so that we can have energy transition in a country which is a very big oil producer? So that's something we cannot ignore, the role the industry has and its place in the transformation of the country. And then we looked at the industrial sector and transportation sector because each consumes about a third of all the available energy in the country.
nós estamos pensando
Aside from that,
nacional de transição energética
this National Energy Transition Plan was conceived based on three axes. First,
e regulatória,
legal
regulatória prioritária,
and regulatory
agenda de
framework,
aceleração
then investments and how to attract investments and finance
acelerar
to be able to
desenvolvimento
accelerate the development of a clean energy infrastructure to be able to meet our objectives. And the third, which has to do with the social dimension of energy transition. How does the plan contemplate and include the need to have inclusion, social participation, diversity? We know energy transition is a positive agenda. It is a necessary agenda, but it also generates a certain amount of conflicts, of interests which are different. To make sure that we have a balance. As Minister Alexandra Silveira said, to ensure that society's interests are at the heart of what we do. So this is the project so far. We do not have something ready to go that will be published tomorrow because we want everyone to be able to participate in the process. I don't know if you're here from the Environment Ministry, anyone from the Environment Ministry is here, but I talked to their secretary, Anatoni, and she, in her plan that has a mitigation and adaptation strategy, we want the National Energy Transition Policy to be able to contribute to the sectorial energy plan to be part of the climate plan. The second instrument, so we have a national plan for energy transition, and the second that I want to mention is FONT, the National Energy Transition Forum. I think this will be the first main instrument of social participation. There has been a historical demand from civil society to be more involved in the design of the country's energy policies. And so this forum, which we call FONT, is going to represent civil society, the private sector, subnational entities. We've been in discussions with the National Secretariat for Diversity, for Social Participation. We've been talking to non-government organizations and a series of players to make sure that they are well represented in this forum. And the forum is conceived so that it can present to our National Council of Energy Policies a series of recommendations where all the contributions are included, consensus if we have reached consensus, or criticism if needed to be able to shape our energy transition policy in a transparent way. So we hope that by doing so, we will be able to have due social participation and planning process well integrated to our climate agenda, our climate policies, and other public policies that are related to this topic, and take advantage of the opportunity we have of making Brazil a main player in energy transition, doing it in a just, inclusive, and participative way, as we have been saying is so necessary. So this is the context we're coming from. This is what we are proposing. Of course, as I mentioned, it's still not final. We are proposing this to the National Council for Energy Policy so that all the ministries, Ministry of the Environment, Economy Ministry, Indigenous Peoples Ministry, ports, airports, amongst other, all who have a seat at the table and also representatives from civil society and academia can help to draft a policy that is as strong as we need it to be. So this is the context we come from. I've just really summed it up. It's just the beginning of a debate. This is the first time we show you this video, the video that represents the work that's been done to create this policy. And based on this first presentation, we will now perfect everything. And this panel is one of the first opportunities we have as well to discuss this policy, which is why I wanted to thank all of you for being here today. We have Ludmila Nascimento. She is Energy and Decarbonization Director at Vale, a company that's important not only for the mining sector, but a company that's active in demand and supply of energy. So thank you, Ludmila, for being here. I'd also like to welcome Luis Carlos Sioki. He is the General Director of the National Electric System Operator, ONS, a very important institution to make sure that our system is reliable as we bring more and more clean and renewable energy into the system, which is a challenge of itself. And he's very brave and has taken on this challenge. Luis Carlos Quioch, she has been a huge leadership in that sense. I'd also like to welcome Clarissa Lins. She is a very influential actor in energy transition, even though she's quite discreet. And she has this role of connecting public and private sectors. So she is the founder of Catavento. And finally, we have the CEO of the Climate and Society Institute, Maria Neto. Thank you for being here, Maria Neto. This institute is very well connected to different sectors of society, which, as we know, we will have to mobilize to be able to give a voice to those who wish to participate. So it's very important to have Maria Neto here. Thank you for your participation. And I just like to highlight that this panel wanted some diversity, so we wanted civil society, the private sector, and hybrid institutions such as ICS. It's a privately owned company, but it has a social role. So I think we have a very hybrid panel to be able to have different perspectives that can add.
Let me start with a round of questions. And I have one question for everyone. What are the strategies and objectives that should guide the Brazilian energy transition framework? In your opinion, because you have different perspectives, what are the main gaps? Have you identified gaps in the national policy framework? First of all, I'd like to hear Clarissa Lins. Thank you. Tiago, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be here with you and also for the introduction. I am flattered and honored to be here. Ludmila, Sioki, Maria Neto, happy to share the panel with you. And I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate the work that has been carried out by your department. You are very consistent and you always work with facts, evidence, and science, which is something that makes us very hopeful that the work carried out by the Ministry of Mines and Energy is very serious indeed. You showed the video, the manifesto video, and it made me think about the elements that should comprise an energy transition policy, because it should be based on the energy rich mix that we have in Brazil. you said so, and it's important to say we have an important oil industry in Brazil, and on the top of that, we have different sources of renewable energy that altogether provide us with a safe energy matrix. So maybe the first element that should be included, and it is included indeed, is that it does not rely on a single source, but rather the complementarity of several sources and competitiveness of sources that should not be artificially undermined. I think that our plan should be based on our potential, on our capacity to deliver energy in a competitive manner with partnership between the public and the private. And I have 5 elements that we should not miss out. I am an economist, as you know, so I think that the first element is competitiveness and efficiency. So our policy should be based on what we can deliver to the society in an efficient and competitive manner. The second component, the second element, is that the policy should be connected with the current scenario. And by that, I mean an integration with global chains. We should not be in a silo with artificial protectionism that would leave us aside the development of global chains. The third component that I see is regulatory legal certainty, because it provides stability, safety, and certainty for investments. The fourth element is innovation. We all know the transition and decarbonization need technologies that are not mature yet. So it is essential to have research and innovation included. And finally, something that is not clear in the video, but it is, I believe, included in the policy framework, is actually the carbon price mechanism, carbon pricing mechanism. In order to be competitive, as I mentioned, it's essential to have a carbon pricing methodology. So these 5 elements are very important, I think. And maybe what we lack, maybe the gap, is to see where we want to reach. I mean, we say playing a leading role, but what does it mean to be a leader? Someone said you cannot auto-assign yourself, auto-appoint yourself as a leader. So what makes Brazil a leader? What will lead the international arena to see Brazil as a leader? I mean, what does it mean being more efficient in terms of social inclusion, of carbon pricing? I mean, what makes us a leader? To have clarity with regards to this. And when you ask it about the gaps, maybe this is the gap I would identify. How is it possible to combine the diversity, to join global chains? And here I'm talking about CCS, hydrogen, I mean, technologies that are not mature yet. But how can we align all this in a time framework as well? Thank you very much, Clarissa, for your remarks and for identifying 5 elements that should be and are included in our policy framework. And also mentioning this clarity. What does it mean to be a leader? What we want to reach, where we want to be, what is the point we all aim at? That's great. Now, I would like to hear from Maria Neto. Thank you very much for being here once again. You are in a position, I mean, you are in an institution that has a lot of capillarity, that dialogues with the stakeholders, different parties. So I would like to hear from you. about important aspects you see in this policy framework. So in your opinion, from the perspective of the Institute Climate and Society, how do you see the policy framework? How you see the advantages, but also what gaps have you identified? Thank you very much, Thiago. Thank you for reuniting us for this panel. And based on what she said, I'm asking about this transition. Transition to what? We should make it clear. Is it a transition that will put us in a leading position in terms of green and renewable energies to provide solutions for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions? Brazil will join OPEP Plus. With this, we lose of sight a potential that we have, which is to expand our network of renewable sources and of different sources. We have lots of possibilities, not only water, not only wind, not only these renewable sources, but other sources as well, where we could play a leading role. And I think that the message is not very clear, the message we conveyed at the COP. If we have this plan to use multiple sources, we have to make it clear how we want to leverage this plan to become a leader in energy transition. And oil and gas transition is not easy because our society relies hardly on and traditionally on oil and gas. But we have to make it clear. We have to say that our transition will be to a greener society, to a greener energy transition. And we heard announcements from Petrobras, the oil national company, that stated it will use resources to fund renewable energy. So my first critic is we should be more clear when it comes to the transition. Transition to what? And now, another topic. We are discussing regulation. So how can this regulation make renewable energies more attractive? Because renewable energies do not give royalties quite often. So how can the use of renewable energies give return to the society? So it's important to think about the incentives in this regulation. How can we incentivize the use of renewable energies? You know, this morning I went to an event sponsored by CNI, the National Confederation of Industry in Brazil. When we think about manufactured products, if we think about carbon footprint, they are much cleaner in the origin than if we compare to US, to China. So there is an issue pertaining to competitiveness that we should take into account. How can we be, Brazil, the big provider of green products? We have the possibility of exporting green hydrogen, second generation biofuels exported, but we can also bring investments to Brazil with power shoring. If we are a place with better capacity to generate energy, we don't have this long-term view. Maybe we don't have the premium of the value of these products, but we are very close to it. You know, United States is doing the ERA, and CBAC will start in 2025 in Europe. So our plan must be in dialogue with a trading perspective. We should understand how does renewable energy and cheap renewable energy can attract investment, not only trade, not only commerce, but investment and job creation. And I have a third topic to touch upon. It's important to think about the expansion of our energy production, taking into account job creation and skill trainings. In the northeastern area, there is a discrepancy between the local mindset and the expansion of renewable energy production. So how can we include the population and what opportunities can we create? And also, we need to qualify the population locally, form engineers, form qualified personnel. So if we want to be ambitious technologically, we also need to think about skill training, think about having qualified labor, and also think about how we can attract investments and how can we incentivize this. I mean, not maybe not a royalty, but something that will generate a long-term impact. This should be included, in my opinion. And Tiago, I congratulate you for having a forum because it's important to address these topics in the context of this forum. So together we can think of a joint policy. It is an energy plan, of course, but we needed to have different components of social aspects, economic assets, and I think that we have a unique potential in Brazil. If we can value our green products, we will see that no other country has the same potential. So we have to be clear as to where we're leaders. Thank you.
Obrigado, Maria Neto. Eu acho que por essas contribuições.
Thank you, Maria Neto.
Alguns aspectos que a Clarissa havia colocado. Eu acho que são contribuições.
I believe that these are very important contributions and we shall take them into account. Now I'd like to hear from Ludmila. Ludmila, you are at Vale's decarbonization department, and Vale is an important consumer of energy. It is present in several points of the energy and industry chains. It is a company that operates internationally. So how do you see the role of our policy framework? How does this align with some policies that Vale has, and what gaps do you see in our design? Thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to join this panel. It is not fair to talk after Maria because, I mean, she said very important things, and I agree with what's being said in here. When we think about strategies, we have to leverage what our potential, our opportunities, and natural resources we rely on. The renewable aspect is key, of course, and we need to leverage on this because we have a huge competitiveness. Our grid is composed of 90% of natural sources. Our matrix is 40% renewable. This is huge. This is very important, and we need to showcase this. We need to inform about this and leverage on this. And also we have to think about the other chains that have been referred to in here. There are other production chains. For instance, the steel chain, the fertilizers chain. If you can provide the agribusiness with green fertilizers, it is very important because we can export products, we can export commodities that have a low carbon footprint. And how can we leverage this potential? How can we harness this potential? It is important to be competitive, and when it comes to the electrical sector, we have to be careful about the competitiveness. If we compare our generation cost, it is indeed low. But if we add to that charges, taxes, fees, it is not as competitive as in other places. So how can we address this issue? And I know that we don't want the final consumer to pay more, but how can we address this issue? Otherwise, we won't be able to attract investments and develop the hydrogen industry because 50% of the cost of this industry is composed of energy. And also, I should touch upon the domestic production of critical minerals. We have a demand for copper, and also there are issues pertaining to the permits and the licenses for this type of operation. So you asked about strategies and objectives. I think that we should have the clear legal framework, legal certainty that will reduce the risk related to investments. And yesterday we heard Cristina Reis, she talked about green transformation. And she mentioned about the promotion of certain sectors, low carbon sectors. And Maria said the challenge, what's our ambition? Maybe the ambition is to have Brazil as the big provider of green solutions to the world. And we have different channels for that, and we have a huge potential to unlock, I believe. Research and development, it is very important, and it's in the video. And another issue that's very important, and it's linked to the social dimension, is the qualification of labor. We need to carry out a transition that will form data engineering, experts, and what about the gaps? We need a unified plan, and I think that this framework has this purpose of having something that is unique and consolidated. We needed to have a clear definition of the regulation, but also of the incentives attached to this regulation, because this will unlock investments rapidly. And finally, we have a problem, which is time. We are running against the time. Other countries are advancing at a very fast pace with important investments being made. So the time is important because we have investments to attract before we have the installed base. If Brazil was a company, because you see, Clarissa asked about our vision, our targets, our view. I spent years working with strategic planning, so I think that's what is lacking.
Depois de ouvir aí
Thank you. So after having heard from these three women, to give us a bit of the context, let's hear from you, Shoki. You are in a very technical entity, very well qualified, that manages a continental-sized structure, which is essential in order to have a good energy transition. So how do you see this policy? How will you fit in, you as the National Electric System Operator, the ONS, and what's lacking? Thank you very much, Tiago. It's a pleasure being here. Good morning, good afternoon. I think it's hard for me to add something after such very well put comments. And I agree with all three of you. But let's talk about what we have and what we need. I've just learned that it's not because we don't have a good motto. It's called plant. I mean, you can remember that. And the other is called font, which in Brazil means source. So we won't forget it. That's easy. That's the first step. Now, second aspect, and I agree with all our panel members. What's the transition we want again? We want to be arguing about numbers? 80% renewable, so that's okay. We're leaders already. We don't need to do anything more. What exactly do we want? What's the purpose of the transition? Going back to COP26, I didn't go, but I was watching a presentation. They were talking about energy transition with social equity. And it was difficult for me to see the two concepts in a same sentence at the time. And then I started thinking about it, but that's exactly what needs to happen. If you have no social equity or justice, which is what we're striving for now, then it is purposeless. We will have all these big innovation. Lots of things can happen, but if the social development isn't linked to everything we're debating here, everything we want to do, then it's pointless. Value chains, production chains, Brazilian products, we want to get there and we have the potential. This will allow us to have social justice. We will develop good jobs. We will create good jobs. We will be able to develop our potential, investing in education, investing in development, in innovation. So in terms of the energy mix, and now I'll talk as ONS, as the electric grid operating system, the purpose is to bring all the electric energy, electric power to all these companies, all the production chains, so they can develop. That's the objective of the ONS. When we look at the electric sector, we are already leaders in terms of numbers. But the challenge we have now, and this is for the entire electric sector in Brazil, is working with other sectors of the economy so they can also develop with an appropriate carbon footprint. Being able to have zero carbon, I think, is not what my generation will be able to do, but we need to work towards it, towards that goal. The main economic sectors which still rely on fossil fuels need to be given cleaner energy, transportation, agribusiness, industry. So the electric sector needs to understand them better, and this is what we're lacking. We need to be better integrated. We need to understand the potential that we have in the electric sector and how that is linked with other sectors. We need to know more about mining. We need to know more about agribusiness, about transportation. There is no articulation, no connection between these, and they are not as well structured at the electric sector. We have a national operating system, we have a regulator, so on and so forth. So we need to learn to work with them. I think we're up to a good start. We have a variety of sources in terms of electric power generation, hydropower with and without reservoirs, all sizes, solar, wind power, distributed energy systems. We have fossil fuels, yes, we do, but we also have nuclear, which generates zero greenhouse gases. We have natural gas coming from Petrobras, and this is still a transition fuel. The world understands natural gas as a transition fuel. So we have huge potential looking at our country, our geography, and that is a competitive advantage we have, which is what precisely we need to work on. From everything that was said, my summary would be the main challenge is integration. Integrating the electric sector I am here to represent to the other sectors of our economy. Thank you, Sioki. Thank you very much. This idea of coupling other sectors together, so having the electric sector help others transform themselves. And it reinforces once again the importance for the ONS to be proactive and hearing this aspect from a company which is very technical, but which, and I hear this from you, has been more sensitive to social aspects, social inclusion. This is very important. I think all of you mentioned, and this drew my attention, how Brazil will be able to find its place at the international level and actually be able to value the environmental advantage of its products and therefore be able to attract investments to this green industry, to this green economy. Here at COP, we have a huge challenge, which is in the negotiation process, we need to be able to advance so that what we're doing is valued. Lots of clean and renewable energies we produce in Brazil are already valued, but for others, Ludmila mentioned it and Clarissa as well, the cost can still affect our competitiveness if it isn't more valued. It isn't better valued. So this is something we need to work on. Otherwise, we end up just being primary exporters of land, of water, of wind, and of labor for a project based on a project that doesn't create any value within the country. So we'll have time for a second round of comments. And I'll start with Clarissa and Ludmila. Can you comment an aspect which is very important in my opinion? The importance of the private sector to make these investments feasible. We know it's important to develop the industrial sector, mining sector, oil and gas, and to involve them in this integrated process, as was mentioned by Sioki, for the transformation to actually take place. And public-private collaboration is very important. So on the one hand, we have public policies, on the other hand, company strategies. How can we get it done without losing track of sustainability and sound financial investment? You've already touched upon this, but how can we balance it all out? And where can Brazil actually be present in this new global economy? Where would we be able to find our place? And where should be our priorities in terms of insertion and being well placed in the market? Thank you for your question, Tiago. It's very relevant. It's an illusion to think that just the private sector, just the public sector will enable us to get there and do all the necessary work. Of course, it has to be a combination of the two with civil society organizations and governance organizations as are well represented here in this panel. So I just want to draw your attention to a few aspects. First, even if this cooperation exists, I think as a society, we're not very well used to deal with the opposites of this transition. So transition towards what and transitions for whom or what for. So we haven't spoken very clearly about the dilemmas and the cost of this transition. Today, the world still relies 80% on fossil fuels, whether we like it or not. For Brazil, it's 50%. So when we talk about transition, we have to make it explicit. What's going to be the role of oil and gas? And you've mentioned this. We have to decarbonize oil and gas. Can we have a 100% electric transition? Of course not. There are industries where electric industry will not be able to provide what is needed for a specific industrial process. So we have to be very honest about this, and we have to recognize that we still do not have all the knowledge we need to scale up all the technology we need. So this is the first aspect I wanted to I wanted us to think about being honest enough to deal with the costs of this transition. I think Brazil should be a pioneer in making it very clear and being very honest and talking about the cost of this transition and the dilemmas we have. When we think about decarbonizing industry, and I'll talk about the industry I know better, today we have technologies that are not competitive, as Ludmila has put it. How can we make it more competitive? Is it working once again on our taxing system, on having sectorial charges, and then we involve everyone and say who is going to pay for what? Should we make the cost very clear so everyone understands what they're paying for and how much it will cost? So this is something else we need to do. And this leads me to my third aspect, which is where we want to be. We want to be looking at the future for energy, so competitive, open, and able to develop all frontier energies. Hydrogen, we want to be involved. CCS, we want to be involved. And renewable energy as well. And why? Not because we just desire it, but it's a natural consequence based on where we are today to take advantage of our competitive advantage. So the crucial element here is financing. If I have legal and regulatory framework which is stable, how can I leverage investment? 50% of financing in energy, clean energy, is foreign investment, but we would need to get more public investment as well. And this has to do with de-risk policies. I won't have time to go into details about what are the ways for us to do that, what are the roles of multilateral development banks to be able to try and help and de-risk a nation looking at various possibilities such as currency, etc. But this is a debate that needs to happen. So I've just given you some elements of what Brazil could do, the place it could try to create for itself at Global Forum. I think we've been trying to do it, but we need to be a bit more frank about it and open about it. And also in terms of global trade, how are we going to start talking about a green bonus? Exactly what Europe is doing. How can we be compensated, which would be a form of financing, by that green bonus that we have in our products? Thank you, Clarissa. Mentioned a topic that I think is worth emphasizing, the idea of risk and the cost that's necessary, the cost that all these investments require or represent. It's more expensive investing in Brazil than in other places, which means that we pay a higher price to have the same infrastructure or the same project if we decide to invest in Brazil. So we need to accelerate the availability of financing for these projects to be able to lower the final bill for Brazil, the bill that the Brazilian society has to pay. Ludmila, would you like to add something? Yes. Maybe we can try to have a business case for the industries we want to develop. This will help us attract the right kind of financing. Let me give you an example. Mining, which of course I understand better, we have critical minerals, so those that need to be developed, but we also have iron ore, a very important element to be able to decarbonize the steel industry. And our ore today is of higher quality than Australian ore, for instance, and this helps the steel sector decarbonize as we shift to the electric grid. So a business case that we could try and develop is looking at this industry as a whole and attract them to Brazil. And have an intermediary, what we call HBI, and do it in Brazil with green hydrogen. But how can we get it done? Well, we need a business case. We need to set up some platforms, which later could be scaled in certain regions, so that this business case is not only on paper, and this could be a way for other areas to see, well, maybe Brazil is a place where you can get it done. Adding this intermediary, which adds value to their own industries, and having it done in Brazil. So we have to do that in industries where we're already competitive. So mining is one of them, renewable energies, not just solar and wind, but also biofuels. And here in Brazil, well, not here because we're not in Brazil, we're in Dubai, but in Brazil, we are able to do that, to develop biofuels, which they can't do in other countries. So maybe to decarbonize transportation, we should already start transitioning through biofuels and maybe even accelerate it. This is something we can do in Brazil that others cannot, and it will represent less in terms of the overall footprint. And one more thing we didn't mention is carbon economy and nature-based solutions, forests, etc. We need to try and provide this as another solution for the country to decarbonize without forgetting, of course, the idea of a just transition. So setting a case up to help us mitigate risk. We know risk exists. Capital costs too much today. And maybe that could be the first step for Brazil.
The government and the private sector, they should sit on the same table and discuss to see how we can make this happen. How we can make this happen without impacting our competitiveness, meaning without imposing on costs that will be undermining job creation and other incentives. And we invite Vale to be present, yes, we are, and to be part of the discussion. Now, Maria Neto, at the beginning of the year, I was invited and I was very happy for this invitation, and ICS was present. I was invited to attend a debate with several organizations where we discussed the new government's energy transition plan, and it was a very fruitful discussion. In a given time, I was asked about how the institutions, including the climate and social institution, could contribute to the government. And on that occasion, I said, well, I needed to double the speed of construction lines. I needed to build wind and oil facilities. I needed to increase the offer in so many areas, which means licensing, granting permits, because this type of investments, they impact different communities, different sectors. So we have the overall climate change perspective, but you also have the very local implications of the energy transition. So how can we take this all into account and reduce our need for fossil fuels? And how can we do so in a democratic manner with social participation? But engaging the society takes time. It is a big challenge. We've discussed the impact of new sources of energy on the communities, and we needed to make things right. So I believe that my question for you is,
Quais seriam, na sua visão, e a gente falou do fórum aqui, do Fonte, né, do Fórum Nacional,
because we mentioned here the Fonte, the National Forum. In your opinion, how can we enable social participation?
numa esfera nacional, você tem diálogo que
There we have a discussion that takes place at the federal level. We have regional discussions. We have local discussions. So how can we facilitate social participation, taking the different spheres into account?
de instituições como o próprio Instituto Clima e
And how can we
nesse diálogo
expect the participation of Climate and Society Institute?
Muito boa pergunta, Thiago. Obrigada.
It is a great question, and I thank you for that.
Você bem falou, a inclusão
As you mentioned, it is multi-sectorial because we can have
é real que a gente tem problemas
different types of inclusion, and we face federal challenges, subnational challenges, and local challenges. For instance, permits vary from one area to the other.
de poder promover
Local capacity also varies from one place to the other. In this sense,
promover boas práticas,
it's important to promote best practices and things that we should take into account. Because when these investments are to be made, we need to involve the society.
licenciamento tradicional da
On the top of the regular licensing, the environmental assessment that should be carried out, and it's not always carried out as it should, we also need to collect more data and information regarding the benefits of these investments so that we can understand how these investments will give return to the society. And if they do not give benefits, why is that? And what should we do in this sense? So we need a long-term assessment of this data and information. We have a few data assessment indeed. When I joined the organization ICS,
qual que é o potencial de criação de
I wanted to understand the job creation potential of the renewable industry in Brazil. You know, we have some statistics, but we don't have reliable data.
do ponto de vista de criar sistemas e facilitar
We, yes, needed to facilitate the participation. We needed to have a discussion regarding licenses, but we also needed to have a participation that goes beyond the investment itself.
a gente falou de ter essa questão de vincular também o plano ao que é a estratégia de
We
desenvolvimento
talked here about how we could link the legal framework with a long-term strategy and a vision and knowing where we want to get. So we have new opportunities, we have value chains, we have attract industries that are willing to invest in clean energy. And in this context, yes, there is the cost Brazil that should be taken into account, but on the top of all that, there is labor. And in my opinion, it can foster social inclusion because we want to promote solutions. We want to foster innovation. So we need to qualify locally to enable this transition.
como a gente vai fazer plano muito mais ambicioso
If we want to have a bold plan, ambitious plan with the technical components, with the participation of local communities and global chain, and also if we wanted to promote opportunities, it has to be done. And we can have different types of participation. You know, we quite often think about a forum or a public consultation, which are key, yes, but we also have something that is more ongoing because the investment cannot remain unconnected, disconnected. We have one example at Wix, and I can give you some examples. In the northeastern area of Brazil, there is a discussion regarding the linking of climate adaptation and investments made by companies. How can we use the hydro basins in Brazil and energy generation to foster a local economy? So these ideas, this thinking about how what we are doing now can have an impact locally and can create jobs are key to social inclusion. At the ICS, we also support advocacy groups, and we try to work with these personnel who are gonna maybe lose their jobs. People working in the oil industry, for instance, they have to have access to qualifications so that they can have jobs in different industries as well. So I think that this dialogue should take place, and we should understand all costs pertaining to the transition, and we should also understand the evolution of the society. So data, clear information, benefits, we should better understand what it's all about. And including the society is, of course, this is key, and the consultation is part of the homework, but it's more than that. We have to take into account the co-benefits. We have to think about what are the impacts on the local global, on the local chain. Think about the incentives that might generate jobs, for instance, and also the training, the qualification of the society, because we can do huge investment, but we also needed to qualify people to operate in these undertakings. We must have this ambition in mind. The plan is a very good beginning, a good point of start, but we cannot lose it of sight, and we count on ICS to help us in this front. As you mentioned, you have layers of communication, layers of dialogue. It is complex because Brazil is a diverse country. We have diverse scenarios, diverse contexts. So we really needed to have a partnership with institutes such as the ICS, because you have an outreach in areas where we are not present. Before closing the round, I would like to give the floor to Sioki, because I want you to talk about the role of the electrical sector. In every scenario we have in terms of energy transition, carbon neutrality, we always think of electrical energy as a trigger of decarbonization, of efficiency. But Brazil consumes energy per capita at a lower amount as compared to more developed countries. So we have to increase the offer so that we can actually meet the needs of several sectors. And we also needed to comply with the socioeconomic needs. We needed to foster all the social and economic development that are associated to the project that we have. So you work with the transmission lines, generation companies, consumers. How do you see the preparation of the electrical sector, not only CNS, but overall companies operating in the sector? How do you see their preparation? And CNS is part of a global network of operators, GO15, if I'm not mistaken. So how do Brazilian companies, the national operator, see the level of preparation we have in terms of energy transition? Thank you, Thiago. You see, I think we have 5 minutes. I think you have 5 minutes. I don't think I have only 5 minutes, because you made such a long question. He had 5 minutes. He used the 4 minutes, and I have to answer the question. Oh, sorry. As soon as you conclude your remarks, I'm sorry, because I really wanted to hear from the audience one word, only one word. What has to be included in the energy transition? Well, I mean, he's making that up. Anyway, from the electrical sector perspective, we are very well organized. and we have been organized for a long time. We have a regulatory agency that effectively regulates. The planner plans accordingly. Our sector is very well organized. We are prepared. As to foreign operators, they see our size, our background, and with a lot of respect as well, because we have a diverse matrix of sources. We have a diverse countries with lots of initiatives that have been undertaken in the past years. So I believe that we are well in this sense. But now going back to the questions you asked for the other panelists, but not for me. It's unfair, you know.
Mas olha só, o brasileiro, e acho que a grande maioria aqui são brasileiros, tem
The Brazilians
uma vontade muito grande de ser sonhadores, né, idealistas.
dream a lot. We like to dream. We see things in a romantic manner. And the same applies to decarbonization. We say, we're going to decarbonize, it's going to be beautiful, all is going to be green. No, wait. My fellow panelists mentioned strategic planning and the long term. It is a serious thing. You need to have a structure in place for the strategic planning. Where are we? What is our positioning today? Do we have a good positioning? Yes, we do. We have a fuel, ethanol, energy sources. Right, but where we want to get, which was the first remark we heard it today. We needed to know where we are and where we want to get. Then assessing what are our strengths and weak points of this that she called Brazilian company. So what are our key advantages? What are the immediate opportunities? What are the challenges? What are the weaknesses? So this energy transition legal framework, this policy, we are wondering, are we talking about the plan or the policy? Anyway, the energy transition framework. We need to have all this very clear. The forum, the union of forces, of stakeholders, tying together all parts of society. This is fundamental. We need to have a structure in place, a formula, and I think that's your mission from now on, to put this structure in place and to have it clear. It's important for the society to participate and to understand that it is important to participate and to understand that everything we're doing is in favor of the very Brazilian society. That's why we want to do it and make it happen. It's not because we wanted to export energy for the benefit of the European society. We don't want to be a producer of commodities that are going to be used abroad. We want this for ourselves. It's important to say so. I think that's the mindset that the government has, that we have. We are clearly aligned in this sense. That's where we want to get, but we need to have a structure in place. It's not only by being passionate, it's not only by saying that we want to do it. We need to formalize it and to have a structure in place. And I see her sign, it's over. Okay, time's over. Yes, thank you. So our time is up. We're not authorized to continue because there will be another session after this one. But I'd like to thank you very much for your presence in this panel. Thank you all for your contributions, for your remarks. The energy transition national framework is an ongoing process, and your contributions are highly valuable. So I am at your disposal. I will stay here for a few minutes, at the coffee break. And if you want to come and talk, I'll be at your disposal. Thank you. Bye.